Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our June Learning Technology Advisory Committee meeting. Want to go over some rules first and for virtual meetings, and then Dr. Wachters will do our roll call, make sure we have a quorum. So a reminder on the Open Meetings Act protocols for virtual meetings, all members are to maintain quorum must be visible at all times. Members should be seen clearly. Make sure your lighting is good on your face so we can see facial expressions. The members should only be off camera during breaks or subcommittee work. Would also like to welcome our new student representative, Esmeralda Gonzalez. Esmeralda, are you here? Do not see her. I'm seeing everybody on the screen. We have a smaller group than usual, but let's find out exactly how many we have. Maybe some more will arrive. Dr. Wachters, if you will take roll for us.
Thank you, Patrick. Good morning, everyone. Would you let me know if you are here by just saying present? Patrick, that's you. Charlene, I had you. Luke.
Present.
Janet. Timothy Snyder. Oscar Hernandez.
Present.
Sarah is here. Lydia.
Here.
Renee Higgins.
Here.
Alicia Lloyd.
Here.
Nikki Whiteside.
Present.
Robert Green.
Present.
Fisher Abigail.
Present.
Daryl James. Megan Weatherly. Jeff Friels.
Here.
Poonam Kumar.
Present.
Brett Welsh. Michelle Giles.
Present.
Pam Morgan.
Here.
Wade Redmond.
Here.
Aaron McGraw.
Present.
Michael Robertson. Just one more time, just to make sure I got the ones that I missed. Janet Camps.
Present.
Timothy Schneider. Daryl James. Megan Weatherly. Brett Welsh. Michael Robertson. And Esmeralda. Esmeralda. We have quorum.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wachters, and thank you everyone for being here this morning. Our next item of business is the consideration of possible action to approve summary notes from the April 5th, 2024 meeting, which you should have received by email. Give everybody just a few seconds to review those and offer any amendments if there are any.
Move to approve.
Sorry, who made the motion?
Oscar.
Oscar, thank you, Oscar. And just a reminder, everyone, if you would, if you make a motion or a second, please say your name so that we can pick you out of the big screen that's at the far end of the room from us. We appreciate it. Thank you. So we
Morgan, seconds.
have a second for Pam. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand.
Yes.
I didn't see, Jeff, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, he's got it.
Okay, I couldn't see it. It was disappearing into. Sorry about that. Yes, thank you. It's like, I don't know, maybe he has a problem with the summary notes. Thank you, everyone. The motion carries. And our third item on the agenda, we're going to be a little bit flexible with. No, we're going to go ahead and do that one, right? Okay. We'll be flexible later. So our third item is discussion of proposed Department of Education rules regarding distance education. I know we talked about this last time and we're all kind of on pins and needles to see what the Department of Education is going to actually publish. Unless something's come out this morning. I haven't seen those rules yet, but they're expected any day now. Dr. Torrey is going to lead a discussion about it this morning. We were expecting others from the coordinating board to be with us this morning, but they weren't able to talk about this and lead the discussion. So at this point, we will turn it over to Dr. Torrey, but also we're going to want to hear from our members and see how folks are responding, what they know, et cetera. Dr. Torrey.
Well, good morning, everybody. So yes, we were supposed to have members of our academic and health affairs division come in. There was an unexpected event that made that not able to happen today, but I do know that there are conversations happening around the coordinating board, potentially commenting on the rules that is in progress. So I will keep you updated, and as I have news, we will let you all know about the plans in that arena. Other than that, I will just say that organizations like WCET and NC-SARA and others have encouraged institutions to comment early, even before the public comment period opens, when the rules are released. So I guess I know that there were institutions in progress last time. I think Alamo was one that were planning on submitting comments or submitting a letter to the DOE soon. So I don't know if there are any updates that you all would like to share about what your institutions are doing, but we can have that discussion now.
Just a little addition to the professional organizations and their advocacy. There was a joint letter with WCET and UPSIA. I believe OLC may have also been included to that. That was to the Department of Education outlining concerns about the rules as they are expected to be released, because as you recall, these went through negotiated rulemaking with representative bodies making comments at that point, but they did not reach consensus, and therefore Department of Education is free to author as they see fit and release those rules. And that's what we are anxiously waiting for. But the encouragement when Van Davis from WCET spoke with us last was to get the comments in even before the formal public comment period, in the hopes that we might be able to influence the way those rules actually are authored when they are released. So that's kind of what I know about it. Certainly have made recommendations internally to our institution about advocacy and the points of the proposed rules or suspected proposed rules and how they may affect our institution in particular. They will affect 2-year and 4-year somewhat differently, perhaps, and even within the different classifications, depending on what type of continuing ed you might be doing, how you do clock hours versus credit hours, et cetera. So at this point, I will open the floor for comments and questions.
If I might, I was gonna wait until the SARA part, because there was a part that I talked with my SARA representative here at the coordinating board about the rule making, but I can talk about it now.
Sure.
All right. So our SARA representative, Ms. Kathy Merritt, had provided me a notice from C-SPEN, which is the career school. I'll tell you exactly what it's called. It is called the.
Is your mic on?
Yes, it's on. Unless it's too far. There we go. That might be it. It's called the Career Schools Private Education Network. And they put out a notice to the SARA representatives on June 18th that there was a submission of the notice of proposed rulemaking that was entitled 1840 AD 92, Program Integrity and Institutional Quality Distance Education, Return of Title IV HEA funds and federal TRIO programs. However, if you notice, there was some of these rules that were part of the negotiated rulemaking process that were not submitted in this notice of proposed rulemaking. And the ones were cash management, state authorization, and accreditation. So those weren't included in this notice. However, it was posted. We were waiting to see if we could get a summary of what was included in this posting, but we have not received anything yet, or I haven't heard anything back from our representative. So I just wanted to let you know that something was posted to the executive office, the OMB office, as posting for new rules. And that's what I have as an update on that.
Thank you very much. Any questions about that new information? All right, let me ask a more direct question. What are, if you know, your institutions doing during this period of waiting for the rules to be released? Relative to the rules, of course.
For Alamo Colleges, we drafted a letter. I don't know that it's been sent yet, specifically about the inclusive access portion of the rules, Patrick. So I'm following up on that later today after this meeting. So I do know that we've remained active in just some of our internal discussions, but I think the item that we were going to move forward was specifically around inclusive access, and that's related to our investment.
We're being recorded now. Everything else was unofficial, I suppose. No, it's being streamed live, and I know that is out there as well as a recording afterwards. So, sure, we are fine. Anybody else have letters in work or waiting to see the rules come forward? It's the quietest I've ever heard this group.
Are y'all sick to death of hearing about the rules, or what's happening here?
I'm just scared.
Maybe that might be.
None of us want our comments recorded.
Oh, I'll say for Del Mar.
That is a fair comment, yeah, that's fair.
I'll say for Del Mar, we are literally just waiting for those for everything to come out. We're keeping on it. We're community college, so yes, it could potentially affect us, both sides of the house, CE and also the academic side. So yeah, just like everyone else, we're waiting kind of on tenterhooks just to see what's going to happen.
All right. Well, thought this might be a meatier conversation, but okay that it's not. I know that our recommendation to coordinating board was that there be consideration of a letter on behalf of higher education for DOE, and that is still under consideration, correct?
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility, and there are conversations happening. So as that sort of develops, we can let you all know more information about the decisions, about steps that will be taken. We can also keep this item on the agenda for next quarter, and we can maybe at that point, we will be out of limbo and have more discussions about what implementation looks like or things like that. So how does that sound?
We may have a lot more to talk about.
We may have a lot more to talk about. It may be most of our meeting next time. We'll see how it goes, I guess. Right now is the unknown period, which is never comfortable.
No. All right, we'll move forward with the next agenda item, which is discussion of institutional plans for distance education review process. And Dr. Lofters, that is you.
Thank you, Patrick. There's not a lot to update you on the process right now. We have a plan in place and a process in place in order to get these submissions in. There's a website that the institution can submit their IPDE right onto the website for the coordinating board. It'll be submitted into our Smartsheet system, where then it'll go through both the AHA review for completeness, and then through the digital learning to then the LTAC subcommittee, where they'll review the IPDEs, and then eventually to the full LTAC for a vote to approve them or deny, and then we go through another process. But that process has been ironed out. It's all set. We're just waiting for the first planned submission to come in. And as soon as that does, we'll be able to check how the system is working, because usually you don't really figure out exactly how it works until you actually have it in process, in the work. So everything seems to be set up and ready to go. It's not, pretty much that's all I have to report at this point.
And just as a reminder, how many institutions did we have this year? Expected 4?
There will be 4 that we expect to have submissions from, correct?
Okay, and do we know how many next calendar year?
I'm not sure about that one. We sent out a link, I believe, or we're gonna provide a link to the SACS. We're gonna provide a link, correct? We're gonna provide you a link to the SACS link, the SACS site, that will tell you exactly which institutions by state are up for the next review process in the next year. So we will provide that to all the LTAC members.
Okay, and how far in advance is that known? Which ones are next?
That I don't know. That's a good question, Patrick. I know that we were able to look all the way up through next year, and I believe the year after, if I recall correctly, when we looked at the site.
Very good, very good. So we can get that number for next year, see what the workload is. Perhaps some of them will be sooner than, December, but I know how deadlines go. It may be that we get all 4 near the end of the calendar year to act on, and then we'll do so accordingly. It's a Christmas present for some folks, maybe. All right, any questions about the IPDE review process?
Patrick, I just wanted to add, I think the SACS-COC just came up with a timeline now that proposes the different tracks all the way to 2034, I believe,
Oh, good.
for reaffirmation all the way to 2034. So
Fantastic. Thank you,
if I'm
Oscar.
able to find it, I'll share it with you all.
Fantastic, thank you.
And Dr. Walters, when would the first month be that we might get the first submission?
That's hard to estimate, because the rules just say you have within a year after the date of the meeting when they're affirmed to submit. So we're not quite sure when it'll be within that year they submit their IPDE. It's up to the institution, but they have that entire time frame to do so.
But on the website, institutions could actually submit now?
If they wanted to, yes.
Okay, or would the earliest actually be December?
No, they could, they've already gotten their results
Okay.
from SACS-COC, and then they have a year period following that to complete and submit the IPDE.
Correct.
Knowing that the IPDE takes information from SACS-COC and says, you've already met those. Now here are the other parameters that you need to meet. So they couldn't start, like the ones for next year couldn't start yet.
Mhm.
But the ones certainly for this year
Right.
Yeah.
could have submitted already if they'd like to, but they have until, I guess, December is when those
December.
decisions come out. So that's the deadline.
Thank you.
They were really eager. They could submit any day now. Keep checking our inbox, but nothing.
Is there a prize for early submission?
You will get it, Pam. I don't know what it is. Maybe it will be brownies. We'll find out, but I'm sure you will get it.
Kim's gonna be our test case.
And I think the operations work group is talking through more sort of review process related things today. They have taken on the job of being the review committee for the first year as we sort of test that process and work out all the kinks. So we'll hear more about how that's going after we get back from our work groups.
Our thanks and appreciation to those committee members.
Yeah, that is a lot of work. Thank you all.
Any other discussion on IPDE review process? Come a long way from just talking about how we need to create this and we need to update the principles of good practice, et cetera, to here we go, we're waiting. So it's a nice milestone. All right, moving along to item number 6 on our agenda, Dr. Torrey. It's discussion of statewide higher education activities pertaining to generative artificial intelligence, which there's been a lot.
Now you'll get to hear me talk for a very long time, and then we will have a discussion about what you all are doing when it comes to generative artificial intelligence. So the highlights, basically, as you all know, LTAC has the subcommittee on adapting to innovation, which is sort of a larger concept about adapting to emerging technologies, right now focused on AI. Many of you are part of that subgroup, and it also includes some institutional experts who were recommended by their institutions around AI in particular. And their sort of charge is to provide recommendations on state level work focused on emerging technologies, including AI. So they have met a couple of times and noted some priorities, including noting institutional needs for professional learning, and also shared resources and really conversations around what's going on across the state and what's going well for your institutions. So as part of this state level work, we developed a survey, more of sort of a pulse survey about institutional policies and programs in place around AI, and also asking whether or not institutions would be willing to share resources. And I'll tell you at the end sort of where those resources will end up that they're willing to share. And so we sent out this survey. We had 70 institutions reply, sometimes multiple responses from institutions, but the amalgamated was 70 institutions. That's 38 2 years, 26 4 years, and 6 HRIs. And they basically, both the policies and programs that are sort of in place or developing, we had about 46% of institutions who either had policies and or programs in place or were in the process of developing them. And only about 4% of institutions who said that this was not yet happening on their campuses. And really, most of the policies and programming that's in development already is around teaching and learning. So things like academic integrity, ethics, student use, all of these things. And so we got some interesting information from that survey, and we are going to have a public unveiling of all of the survey information in July. So we'll make sure that you all get that link, so that if you're interested in sort of more details about what the landscape survey told us about AI use and policies and programs in Texas, you can join us there. But we have taken some steps in terms of providing resources and services for institutions. So let me tell you a little bit about those. So I think as of last time, we talked about how we have formed an AI project advisory group. And they were put together to do sort of the heavy lifting on some specific work around artificial intelligence for the state. It's comprised of representatives from 4 Texas institutions. That's the University of North Texas, University of Texas at Austin, Austin Community College, and San Jacinto College. And their charge includes a few different things. One is the AI Facilitated Learning Network that kicked off yesterday. Exciting stuff. And that's a professional learning cohort for mostly faculty, some instructional support staff, that offers on-demand course content on using AI for teaching and learning, and facilitated sessions on Zoom that are led by Texas experts, where that we can have conversations and things. There are about 250 folks in that first cohort for this summer. And we'd like to also thank Alamo College's district for helping us with some platform support during that cohort. And so that kicked off yesterday with their orientation, and they will be going through about mid-August for the first cohort, and then we'll have a second cohort in the fall. We will also have some other community events, because clearly we had, I think, almost 700 people who wanted to be part of the AI Facilitated Learning Network. Obviously, we don't have space for all of them, unfortunately, although we will try to fit as many as possible in between this cohort and the fall cohort. But there are some other opportunities upcoming that are more public and open to everyone. One is what we're calling the AI Empowered webinar series. And these are free virtual webinars that will be held basically monthly starting in July to provide guidance on responsible adoption and deployment of success strategies for adapting to innovation and artificial intelligence. We will be announcing registration for that sort of any minute now. So we'll make sure that you all get the link to register for those webinars, and they will be on a variety of topics, everything from AI and OER to ethical considerations and sort of all the things that have been identified, mostly within the landscape survey that are on the mind of institutions right now. We'll also be having a one-day virtual convening in November 2024 during the second annual Texas Digital Learning Week. Now it's a tradition. And we will be assembling the Texas higher education community to share ideas, lessons learned, and accomplishments in adapting to innovation focused on responsible adoption of AI. So that will be open to everyone, virtual, and we will get together and have a sort of one-day event where we can talk through how we're doing this successfully. And then we will have the third Digital Learning Summit. And that will be hybrid this time around, which is an exciting expansion from what it has been. That's going to be held in February 2025. And again, it will focus on adapting to innovation and emerging technologies like AI. So day one of that conference, it'll be a 2-day conference, and day one will be hosted at regional institutional sites around the state. We are currently seeking institutions interested in serving as hosts on that day. We're going to live stream some content and then encourage in-person workshops and discussions. We'll have lots of sort of guidance about how that might happen. We would like to offer the LTAC institutions the first opportunity to be host institutions for the DL Summit. And so after this meeting, we'll be sending out an overview that gives you some more information and includes an interest survey if that's something that you would be interested in thinking about. Obviously, it doesn't have to be you. It could be somebody else at your institution who is more excited about event planning. And they will get, and they or you will get lots of support in that process, but we are looking for sort of regional institutions, and LTAC is representative of the state of Texas, and also we just like you. So we're really happy to have you sort of have right of first refusal in being a host institution at the DL Summit in February. Other things, we are in the process of building a digital presence for the Adapting to Innovation initiative. This will at least start as a hub on OER Texas and may include some other pieces as we go along. But it'll be it'll host a variety of resources, and it will have resources sort of for the ecosystem of institutional divisions, so not just instructional, but also student success, IT, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to include collections of resources on AI research, professional learning content, such as some on-demand course content, like faculty professional learning content that's in development. There will be a lot of openly licensed content for use and adaptation at the institutional level, or the department level, or however you like. We will do some policy sharing and lessons learned discussions amongst institutions. We will have communities of practice that we can create and also that are available for users to create in order to be able to address real-time needs. We'll talk through potentially AI tools and integrations and how those are being used on your campuses. And then there will also be the opportunity for users to submit content and share stories and testimonials about how they are best using AI tools. So that is upcoming, scheduled to be launched in the fall. Probably it will coincide with the event during Texas Digital Learning Week in November. I won't say that for sure, but that is the goal. And then another resource that will be available on that site and that is in development right now is the Adapting to Innovation Playbook, which we are creating modeled after our successful and widely adopted OER in Texas playbook as a guide for institutions specifically focused on strategic implementation of emerging technologies like AI at your institution. We will, as we move forward with that, be asking for individuals who are willing to peer review, and also will likely to be asking you for examples of successful institutional policies and programming at your institutions. If you see in the OER in Texas playbook, it sort of has a how-to guide of how to do this, and then it also has examples of how it's been done successfully at particular Texas institutions with links and resources and things of that nature. That was a lot. So questions, comments, other things that you wish we were doing, I will take any of that, any and all of that at this point. Or examples of what you're doing. I feel like we should have mailed you all some coffee for this meeting, but you know what? That's fine. I will take it.
It'd be cold.
It would be cold, it's true, but it's hot out. It's summer, so maybe cold coffee is fine. All right, well, I think we'll take a minute to welcome Esmeralda since she just popped on, so let's do that.
Yeah, our student representative. Thank you, Esmeralda, for joining us. How are you? You're not muted, but we can't hear you, or it's very low.
Can you hear me?
Now,
Absolutely, yes, thank you.
Yes, I apologize for the delay because I was trying to find a secure place in the national lab where I can, outside the duties of the laboratory, I can go ahead and perform this meeting. So thank you very much for your patience, and I apologize.
No, you're very welcome, and sounds like an exciting role that you have. So if you wouldn't mind, we're so pleased to have you with us as a student representative on this body, and wondered if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yes, I am a senior at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. I'm studying civil engineering as a second degree. My first degree is in business administration, and this is my first time collaborating with the state of Texas in this position. But I am very excited because I've raised two wonderful children, a 24-year-old and a 21-year-old, who's also been part of the higher education program. So I'm very fortunate for that. Sorry, I had to turn the lights on. But yeah, the University of Texas has also recommended me to this position here in Los Alamos National Laboratory, where I do engineering and spectroscopy, and hopefully be back in my hometown in Texas in August 26th. So looking forward to that.
Fantastic, very exciting indeed. Thank you for sharing. And I don't know how much of Dr. Torrey's presentation you caught about what we're doing with generative AI and many events that are coming up that we hope you'll be involved with as well. And just wondered if you're using Gen AI in any way in either your personal or professional or school life.
We are being exposed to machine learning here at the
She lost her security clearance. Probably just a bad signal, and we'll pick her back up momentarily. I hope she's not giving us this great speech about all the wonderful things she's doing and we can't hear her. All right, hopefully that will get resolved soon. But in the meantime, let's turn it back to our other committee members and what you're doing, you or your institution are doing with Gen AI. In the past couple months since we met last, we know things move pretty quickly.
I would say sorry. As far as AI, we've had an opportunity a collaboration between Prairie View A&M University and Texas A&M University. On Tuesday, we had an AI unconference led by Dr. Sune Palsaleh. And I've never been a part of organizing an unconference, and definition, it's everything that those of us who like conferences do. It's the opposite. It was amazing where you attend the conference, you don't know what the keynotes, or you don't know what the breakouts are gonna be. The breakouts are developed depending on what the people who are there determine what the hot topics are. And it was just a really great way for us to come together, with us being, so close in proximity. And it was restricted to instructional designers of both the institutions. And we came together just discussing some of the hot topics. One of the hot topics I was under, or the breakout that I ended up with, was using AI to leverage personal learning. And it was just a really good place to go. It feels like maybe AI is settling down just a tiny bit as far as all of the resources that we're getting. And now everybody's, I think, pushing forward to say, now, how are we going to use it? And that's what this conference allowed us to do. So that's what we're doing between Prairie View and Texas A&M.
Thank you. Punam?
Yes, we are doing a lot of things. The provost has put together a committee that represents faculty from all colleges. We have organized a lot of professional development for our faculty, and in the fall we are hoping to have a showcase event, and we are inviting a keynote speaker. That person has not been finalized, so we are working through our Center for Teaching and Learning to do that. So a lot of activities happening on the academic affairs side.
Excellent, thank you.
Hmm.
Others who'd like to share?
I'll share, and some of y'all may know this. I know Julie Schell is on the AI committee. She's probably talked about it a bit there, but at UT Austin, we're engaged in a pilot with Grammarly, kind of a formal pilot, primarily focused on teaching and learning use cases around AI, developing kind of just a playbook of sorts around all different kind of uses for AI in the classroom, developing lesson plans, presentation scripts, all kinds of things. Anything they can think of, they'll have people that are involved in the pilot. I'm one of them as an instructor. Just trying different things and trying to put everything in sort of a formalized place where it could be a knowledge repository for faculty. It's very experimental at this phase. We've also started conversations around internal AI modeling. Some of y'all are aware, if you use an open engine like ChatGPT or some of the more commercially available ones, you're basically giving over your data, and we don't want to do that in many respects for a lot of different reasons. If you have if your institution has a Microsoft contract, you can probably use Microsoft Copilot for free, and they don't collect your data. But we are looking for more robust long-term solutions for putting AI to work on, the very large data sets that we have. So we've started exploring what it would take to develop an internal LLM that we can use for internal purposes. We're not very far down that road. There's a lot of interest and discussion at this point, but that's sort of the extent of it. But I think there's a great deal of interest at UT Austin around developing something along those lines. It just remains to be seen how that's going to play out. But I think that's what we view as a very important future institutional use case for AI, to ensure that it is a secure application that we can use for various things, and be assured that our data is not or our students' data is not being shared beyond the institution. So I'd be curious if any others have been talking about that kind of thing. I know in one conversation, there's been a lot of attention on the University of Michigan, and they paid a lot of money to get their own LLM. And now it looks out maybe a year out from that decision that maybe that wasn't the best investment, because the cost of AI tools has plummeted since then. And now it may be a lot cheaper and more feasible to develop one on your own, maybe in concert with some of these one of these companies, depending on the contract, But that's kind of the direction we're thinking of going. I'd be curious to hear if any others have had similar conversations.
Jeff, we haven't had those conversations, but I'm really interested in what comes out of the ASU agreement with OpenAI. And especially the streams of work, because teaching and learning was only one of the three. The other was operations, and the other was student success, data or experience. And so I'm really curious, like what that agreement looks like. I was even going to recommend Kyla for one of the events. Maybe we could have OpenAI come and talk about their partnerships with higher ed. ASU gets a lot of the headlines, but I'm sure they have other partnerships, or that's my assumption. They're moving in that direction. And I think, Jeff, part of that type of relationship is to address exactly what you're talking about. So I'm glad that UT is raising that issue. Hope you all continue to bring it up.
Yeah, that's why we went with Grammarly, because we were very explicit with all the potential vendors for a pilot, is that we wanted an engine that was not going to be collecting data, that was secure. And Grammarly was, to my understanding, was really the only vendor who could provide that assurance in writing. So that's why we went with them for that pilot.
So I'll add one more thing, and then I think we have a guest ready to speak on one of our other items. This is where we needed to be flexible. At UNT, we have for our division, Digital Strategy and Innovation, a AI collaborative, and it's informal. There are 13 members of it, including our VP. It's all of the units under our area. We're not in academic affairs, but it includes our instructional designers, our accessibility specialists, our academic researchers, and production, so creating media for courses, et cetera. And it's been really good. It's one of the most fun meetings I have every week. I convene the group. We meet every 2 weeks. We started a book club. We're reading Salman Khan's Brave New Words out of how AI will revolutionize education. It's really good. But I noticed it yesterday in our faculty learning network session that many people were having book clubs at their institutions. So, that's not actually using AI, but I think it's really helpful to stimulate discussion and get ideas for how you might implement it, and certainly be knowledgeable about it. So, if you have those opportunities just within your area of influence, whether it's a unit or division, or campus-wide, those opportunities to informally meet and talk about this. Not a big production, no pressure. Nobody has to come up with presentations every week. We've never run out of things to talk about. It's 45 minutes. So yeah, that's something we're doing just within our unit that I feel like is really helping us. And then those members go out and have discussions with the faculty members they're working with, or the administrators that they're working with. So it's been really a fun and helpful group. And with that, unless there are any other individuals interested in sharing right now, we will move to our flexible agenda item. Anything else before we go? Okay, Sarah?
Yeah, just to add Colin, we have a group that's been pretty active. Their main focus has been on the teaching and professional development and just the pedagogy aspects of it. So there's been a lot of development I've seen over the past just few months in regards to syllabi, talking with professors about that, giving examples, and even giving examples of AI assisted or AI resistant sample assignments, so templates for things like that. So a lot of focus on the professional development of faculty right now where we are, but I don't know that we have a book reading group, so that sounds like fun. Good idea, Patrick.
If we weren't subject to the Open Meetings Act, I would suggest an LTAC book club. I think that would be fun, but we'd have to live stream it and that. So in the Texas Register and stuff, maybe not ideal. Okay, I think we're gonna move on to the HB8 update, yes?
Yes. I just have to get back to my agenda here. So that is item C under THECB updates. So we'll move on to our agenda item number 7, THECB updates. And we'll start with a presentation on House Bill 8. So we'd like to welcome Associate Commissioner for Workforce Education, Lee Rector. We appreciate you being here with us. This is a friendly audience, and we're so grateful to have your expertise. House Bill 8 is it's a big deal, and there's lots of parts to it, and we don't expect anybody to understand all of it. So really appreciate your willingness to be here with us and help us get our bearings as we look forward to collaborating with the Division of Workforce Education on its implementation.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I like the notion of a book club. Let me know how that goes. Sounds great. So good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here with you today. First time I've been in front of the group, and it's been long delayed, but I've got a pretty comprehensive update for you today and an overview both of the division and a number of initiatives that are happening within the division. So, first and foremost, one of the things that changed last year was that the Workforce Division, I think, became a much more active participant in achieving goals that are outlined in the strategic plan, Building a Talent Strong Texas. Particularly with regard to the goals of credential attainment and credentials of value. Really prior to the passage of House Bill 8 and the commissioner's promotion of workforce education credentials, the Workforce Education Division primarily focused on grants, federal ones around Perkins, and I'll talk a little bit about those. But as I mentioned, last year, with House Bill 8, the commissioner determined that he wanted to reorganize the division. And I'd like to describe that to you and then talk a bit about shared services and then more broadly into House Bill 8. So in the reorganization, there are 3 key functional elements now. The first element, workforce strategy considerations. We've coalesced those around approaches to more strategically addressing the workforce needs of the state. And a significant focus is now being spent on building regional talent supply chains and through the collaborations of institutions, employers, workforce boards, also other stakeholders, including large corporations in some instances. I don't know if Matt Parson has been in front of this committee. He's the assistant commissioner who's overseeing these areas, and you may be interested in the future in having him come and talk to you about the regional supply chain work that he's doing. He's also leading a project that is focused on partnerships around technology transfer and innovation, and some of you may have dealt with him on that. So this part of the division is also a liaison to the Texas Workforce Commission in association with the Tri-Agency Initiative and to really strengthen planning and coordination across the agencies and stakeholder organizations related to workforce education, because I think the agent is that despite the Tri-Agency Initiative, the agencies of the Education Agency, the Workforce Commission, and the Coordinating Board still are often not planning collaboratively in terms of leveraging the most significant outcomes for coordinated funding strategies. So we're looking at that. And the second element of kind of the reorganization, the workforce grants that I mentioned, we've really consolidated those into a single function internally to achieve greater coordination and coherence relative to training and education needs that are data-based. And so we're trying to use labor market information more wisely in some of our selections of targeted activities for grants, And these include both the 2 federal grants, the Perkins Leadership Grants and the Special Population Grants, and also the TRUE grants that I think many of you would be familiar with. And those grants focus on institutional innovation and responding to the needs of employers. And those are originally funded under GEAR and then funded under ARPA. And then finally last year, the Texas legislature did make an appropriation of $25 million to that grant program. And we're hoping that that will get another appropriation as we go through the legislative session in 25. And so what we're really hoping is by prioritizing and strategically deploying these grants, that efforts will better align to both address workforce demands, but also demonstrate value in the labor market. So it's not just about aligning to workforce demands, but it's about aligning strategically to those demands that are high value and in high need by employers in Texas. And these efforts are led by Assistant Commissioner Tina Jackson. And then the third element, and you're going to be familiar with this, and I'll go into some detail and further detail in a bit. But the third element is the Institutional Collaboration Center. And you know that this was authorized by House Bill 8, and I know that you are aware that the center really is composed of multiple interrelated functions. And you know, some of these functions are newer than others, and we're actively designing those now and building the plane and building the runway so that when we hit launch, we'll be able to be effective and efficient in some of the work that is happening. And clearly included in the center is digital learning through course sharing, and then the labor market information resources under Dr. David Troutman, who I am aware has been in front of this committee also. So the aim of the center really is to foster collaboration, innovation, and to promulgate resources, and even beyond that, to be a trusted resource and a trusted partner for institutions. And towards that end, we're developing an interesting function that has launched within the center, which is around employer partnerships and focusing on employers to, make it easier for them in particular to deal with community colleges. And for example, we have many large employers in the state, multi-site, and when they need their training needs met, they have to go college by college by college often. So we're looking at strategies to assist larger employers to be more efficient in how that happens in terms of coordination through the center. Work-based learning is now part of the center and the Texas Work Grants that some of you may be familiar with. And then again, while not part of the center, the workforce education grants I just talked about, being Perkins and TRUE, really need to connect to this employer piece also. So we're trying to knit all of this together and see where we can have greater interagency as well as cross-agency coordination. So, I understand that LTAC members, that you all are particularly interested in shared services. And Michelle shared with me yesterday that she, would like for me to address kind of the work that has been done to date with the data that was collected through, the surveys that were administered, and then the data from the resulting Huron report. I know you're intimately familiar with this, and thank you so much to this committee for your leadership on that work. It was instrumental in really helping to provide a foundation for some of the work that we're about to embark on. So as you know, institutions were surveyed kind of for their current operations, what's their current status and their needs, 3 areas being business operations, student learning, and information technology. And then the Texas Association of Community Colleges also surveyed colleges to gather some additional data specifically around enterprise systems. And so we've pulled some of their data into the foundations of the work also. Finally, was able to hire a director for shared services just over 5 months ago. Her name is Amy Pfluger, and I'd love for her to come and talk with you all. She comes to us from DIR, where she was the director for enterprise procurement. So she has a very deep understanding of procurement, DIR, and other avenues related to contracting. And we feel really lucky to have her within the division. So since she came on board, we have worked with the commissioner to develop a governance structure for that procurement function. So what that looks like internally to the division and how it links then across to more general finance and procurement within the agency. We have gone through every data point from that Huron report, and we built basically a gap analysis of all of the elements in that report. So what all of the needs were that were identified across those 3 areas: business ops, student learning, IT. And then we have done a gap analysis relative to DIR and what they offer and what their contracting looks like, and whether it's through cooperative services or their master agreements. We've also gap analysis to educational service centers, because colleges can, in fact, through cooperatives in those centers, procure services if they're not available through DIR. And an example of that would be Blackboard is available through DIR, but Canvas is not. Canvas is available through a couple of the educational service centers. And then we've also included Byboard in that gap analysis. We've then gone back and attached the institutions, and at the first run of this, we're taking kind of the specific reference in House Bill 8 around shared services, which was for small and rural colleges with 500,000 or less full-time equivalent students. And with the commissioner, we've identified some low-hanging fruit to get kind of the project off the ground, and that includes cybersecurity, some learning management systems, as well as research and advisory services. So in discussions with the commissioner yesterday during the budget council meeting that we have with him once a month, he green-lighted the fact that we can do a pilot around research and advisory services for those smaller colleges. And the reason I think wanted to do that first before specific potential product procurement or assistance is that these services will actually assist the institutions in determining the specific products that they want to procure and the best place to procure them. And then Amy would then assist institutions to move through that procurement process. When shared services was, I think, initially kind of formulated as a concept within the agency, the commissioner was thinking that the agency might, in fact, take on some, large-scale master service agreements, and we're kind of pulling away from that a bit at this point in time because of the fact of the element of risk involved on a number of things, and some advice that we received from the Office of the General Counsel in the agency. Having said that, however, the research and advisory services would be one master contract that the agency would do. And in thinking about how that might roll out as a pilot, probably 10 to 12 as I said, smaller rural colleges, and in a manner that you are familiar with, and probably very similar to the way that course sharing has been done with institutions at this point in time. So all of that to say, the work that you all did to pull the surveys together, to get those administered out to colleges, and then, you know, the Huron report and data that came back has been very rich and very useful to give us a pathway to launch the shared services project out of workforce education, and then a path forward as we know some of the timelines for colleges and their procurements down the line. So I want to give you kind of that recap of that. And before I talk more about House Bill 8 and some of the other functions in the Center for Institutional Collaboration, I'll just pause because this would be a great time to take questions that you might have before I continue on.
Thank you. That was really great information, very meaty. Pleased to hear that the work with Huron was helpful in your endeavors. And just wanted to give the committee opportunity to ask any questions they have before you proceed.
Perfect.
Apparently, we're holding our questions till the end. So we'll let you go ahead and continue. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to talk briefly about House Bill 8. I know quite a lot about it because I've been intimately involved in the community college finance meetings and kind of the relook at workforce education credentials. So I'm going to hit some high points. You know, if you want to deep dive into it, Emily Comier, who is the Assistant Commissioner for Finance for community colleges, is the person that you may want to have come talk to the group, particularly as there are some differences between what was implemented in 24, new rules that have been or are about to be adopted, and what it will look like in FY25. So I know that you are familiar with the fact that, you know, under the previous funding model for community colleges, it was focused on inputs, it was focused on seat time and contact hours. And that was approximately, I think it was 78 to 80% of the funding that went to community colleges prior to the new model. The new model, it's performance outcomes, and that's how we're allocating funding to the colleges. The thing that I think some people do not realize, you may, but I'll go ahead and just call it out, is that we've moved from approximately 80% of a model to 95% of the funding to colleges now is through performance. And there's a 5% base tier for some of the smaller colleges that assist with kind of the operational needs. And that's been a significant shift. The colleges today actually have as much, if not more money than they had under the previous funding model. And we are working with the Texas Association of Community Colleges to get the message out to colleges through webinars and FAQs and a series of kind of office hours that how this is working, because what we have found in some instances is that while presidents and probably provosts and chancellors and CFOs understand that there's actually as much or more money in the college, that hasn't filtered down through the people who are designing the programs and who are actually, you know, carrying out and implementing and operationalizing the programs. And that then means that the coordinating board has received lots and lots of requests for understanding how the new credentials work. And I'm going to talk to you about two in particular I think you'll be interested in. because not all credentials are being funded. Some are simply too small. If it's 6 contact hours, it's really hard to run the credential of value formula over that to show a specific labor market outcome as it's been defined in rule for credential of value. And so those are some of the things that we're working with TAC to get information out so that even if an individual's program in continuing education is not getting performance funding for this model, it does not mean that the college, is not recognizing it or that there is not money in the college that can assist that. And that's an internal institutional discussion that we're promoting that institutions have. Clearly, that we've got 2 goals under Building Talent Strong Texas around expanding attainment goals are now including working age Texans. And I'm going to talk briefly about the Opportunity High School Diploma, which will directly address that. And then, the goals of, the 60%, but moving that from Texans 25 to 60 years old is a significant change. And then the post-secondary credentials of value, that's 550,000, that's the goal. And I think the last time I talked with David Troutman, I think, it's a significant lift to get there. And the hope is that the move from contact hour funding to performance funding and focusing on high demand occupations because they attract a larger amount of funding in the model will incentivize colleges to be flexible, to listen to labor market signals in their region, and to better align programmatic offerings with those. And so in order to expand that suite of credentials from the traditional associate or bachelor or level 1-2 certificates, in the funding model, there was a decision that was made specifically to look at workforce education credentials, whether they be credit and attract SCH or whether they be non-credit in the continuing education area and attracting CEUs. And so those have been included in the new model. So continuing education certificate, it's the same as a certificate level 1 for credit typically, but that is now in the model as something new. Occupational skills award are those shorter courses that can be nested in the model. There are credentials leading to licensure and certification, which is a credential, and this was a big change for colleges, that there has to be something at the end of it, even if it's a, credential of completion, that's fine, or to work with the registrars to actually formulate an institutional credential. And then the Opportunity High School Diploma will also be funded, and then third-party credentials that I'm going to talk with you about today and give you some pretty detailed information about that. So the institutional credential leading to licensure certification really is about those programs that have as a significant and intended outcome imparting the skills and knowledge to the learner that will enable them to sit for that licensure or certification after they have successfully completed that program. And for FY24, there was a 12-month delay in terms of certifying what students received a license or certification. And for FY25, that's changing. It's moving strictly to student completion. So that should allow colleges more flexibility and also remove the risk associated with audit with that 12-month lookout and self-reported data from students. The one piece of this that I find interesting is that while an occupational skills award must provide training for an occupation that's on a local workforce board's target occupation list, and that's through labor market analysis, and they update that every 2 years when they align with the new federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act state plan that the Texas Workforce Commission does. For occupational skills award, the occupation must be on that targeted list, but for an institutional credential leading to licensure and certification, that is not a requirement. So that creates more flexibility. For third-party credential, this was interesting when we looked at it last fall, because there are so many third-party credentials, right? There are the Google credentials, there are the micro credentials, there's a whole lot, and it's a very broad and vast landscape, if you will. And so we needed to, for the purposes of funding, ground the definition and what was going to originally be funded under third-party credential into something that was highly specific and demonstrable for institutions. So in Texas Education Code, there is a definition for certificate as it pertains to the coordinating board and in colleges. And the definition of certificate, it excludes degrees, it includes like the certificate 1s, 2s, all of those. It also says, or industry recognized or other documented certification based on industry. So we found kind of a door that we could walk through. And so third-party credentials are defined as a certificate that meets that definition in Texas Education Code. That's still a really, really wide door. And so the next question was, what are the guardrails that we can initially put on third-party credential to ensure that there is some level of rigor applied to the credential to ensure that it is deemed to be of value? And that is not something that the coordinating board has the ability to do in law or in rule. And so we then looked at external entities that engaged in work of that kind to see if we could identify at least one to start with and how that might be used in terms of the definition. So we landed on the American Council on Education's ACE National Guide, and I'm sure all of you are familiar with that. So the ACE, they go through these third-party credentials and they elect to either post them in their national guide and recommend semester credit hours attached to those, or they don't. So it's a screening mechanism. So we went with this screening mechanism. And then we added 4 specific criteria around the definition of the credential, which is it is either embedded in a course, in a program, or as a standalone program. It is conferred for successful completion of the third-party instructional program in which the student is enrolled, is included on the workforce education, continuing education, or academic transcript from the college, and that the third-party provider of the certificate develops the program of instruction and the content, develops the assessments to evaluate student mastery, and confers the third-party credential. So those are the guide rails we have put around this. Those are currently in the community college finance rule. And Michelle, if you want, I can get a link to that for members of the committee and send it to you so that everyone can look at this definition. It's not me just kind of reading this to you all. So let me segue back to the Center for Institutional Collaboration. Talked about what's in there. We've got the workforce education partnerships within the center also. And that's really looking to provide opportunities for coordination and collaboration between the two-year colleges and the coordinating board. We have a former dean in the role as director of this area. And current work in this area includes the review of all of the rules around program approvals for the credentials I've just mentioned, plus others as aligned to community college finance. So they helped us vet. We had built rules as straw men, but they helped us vet a series of 5 rules around applied associate degree approval, course approval, course maintenance and approval, certificate approval, and the Workforce Education Advisory Committee. And they've been meeting since January. Currently, they are reviewing workforce education course protocols and guidelines that are known as GIPWE, the guidelines, that tell colleges kind of what to do and how to do things around workforce education, and incorporating the rules that they previously reviewed, the workforce education protocol into the new guidelines, and ensuring that those guidelines are in alignment with both statute and regulation, because it seems what happened over, years, however many previous, there has been a lot of interpretation of rule and of SAC-SOC requirement, and trying to parse that into some considerations for best practices versus the agency telling institutions that they must do these things, is trying to align, ensure that the agency is aligned with law and regulation in its advice to colleges. And so that is work that is ongoing, and we expect to, those rules are being considered next month for adoption, and then the rework of the guidelines we expect to be finished by the end of the summer, soft launch, hopefully the first part of September, and then as we go into the Higher Edge Conference in December, there will be a pre-conference series around launching these new guidelines and assistance for colleges. I mentioned that we have employer partnerships in there to support, both employers and industry in their work with workforce education departments and colleges. And then I'll spend just a few minutes on this, on the high school diploma. So the Opportunity High School Diploma passed in the last session. It's a really interesting program. And once we get it launched, I'd love to come back and talk with you all again about it. We're at a really pivotal point in the development of this program. So for working age adults in Texas, there are approximately 2 million who do not have a high school diploma. If you look across kind of the total population in Texas without a high school diploma, it's closer to 4 million. And we know from working with employers that alternative high school diplomas and GEDs are often viewed as less than. They don't have the credibility that a high school diploma has. And so statute establishes that the Opportunity High School Diploma has the same standing as a high school diploma conferred by a secondary institution. It's a competency-based diploma program for adult students 18 years and older, and it is required with concurrent enrollment in a career and technical education or workforce education program. And the view is that this will accelerate two things and address two needs. One being the student. The diploma itself will open many doorways to both career and further, post-secondary education, but it will also address the needs of employers, because not only are they coming out with what is deemed to be a qualified high school diploma, but also a workforce education credential that will hopefully get them into entry-level employment. And that's significantly different from other alternative high school diplomas. So within the program itself, there are 5 key core program competencies, and those being quantitative reasoning, math, communication skills, lots of English language arts in this, but more applied, civics, think US government, scientific reasoning, and then workplace success skills. We've been collaborating with Commissioner Keller's Economic and Workforce Council on the work. We've collaborated with the Texas Workforce Commission Chairman Brian Daniels, Tri-Agency Workforce Council of Employers, Texas Association of Manufacturing, Texas Association of Business, the Lumbermen's Association of Texas, and our 5 key design partners in this work. And that's Alamo College District, Austin Community College, Dallas College, El Paso College, and San Jacinto College. So we've been working with the colleges since January. We have a couple of groups that are running. One is just kind of the point person for those colleges and the people who will be responsible ultimately for launching the program within each of those colleges. And just, I do want to mention that rule says that the commissioner can approve 5 colleges or consortia to offer the program. We're hoping applications will open later this summer. But right now, these are design college partners for the program. We ask that the points of contact nominate subject matter experts in each of those 5 core competency areas. And we've worked with them since March in terms of holding a series of affinity group meetings for each of the competency areas to design instructional outcomes, learning outcomes, we're just calling them instructional outcomes, along with performance expectations. Also ask that those groups look at assessments that could be used, because it's competency-based, either as a prior learning assessment documentation that they've already done something. So if a student dropped out in their sophomore year in high school, but they took Algebra 1 in their freshman year, they would place out a quantitative reasoning in this program. And so looking at what that matrix looks like of both prior learning assessments, assessments for completion of each of the competency areas, along with cut scores for those, and ensuring that those are at a high school completion level versus a college ready level, and that there is a bit of difference. And so when you look at things, ACT, SAT, TOB, CASAS, a number of assessments, they delineate those differences, and there has been work done within the agency on some other programs that use similar assessments, but different cut scores around accelerated graduation for high school students. And so we were able to feed multiple sources into that. This summer, we are currently ensuring that all of the instructional outcomes and performance expectations are aligned with work that we've done with employers through survey work to align those curriculum elements with the employer survey results. So we went out for communications, for workplace success, for quantitative reasoning, and we're about ready to go out on scientific reasoning and ask employers specific questions around what is the most important or what is the least important, essentially rank ordering. And then, did we miss something, or is there something that may not be necessary? And the feedback that we've had on those three that we've surveyed is pretty much it's spot on. We've got a little bit more data with the quantitative reasoning because we just got the last of the survey responses in yesterday. So we're still working through the rank ordering piece to see if it makes anything look different in the instructional outcomes. And then the civics competency content, we have aligned with the National Citizenship Exam. And there are 100 questions in that exam. They're open-ended questions. And about 61 of the 100 questions deal specifically around civics and US government. And so that's what we focused on there. And then, as I said, we're going to do the scientific reasoning survey, hopefully get that scheduled out next week. So if we go back to the beginning, when I said it's competency-based, it's a diploma, but it's also aligning to employer needs, specifically to the workforce education piece, but also to contextualize learning and delivery within the program itself. We want to make sure that the learning outcomes, while we think we've done the leveling appropriately, we wanted to make sure that employers felt it was appropriate as far as an entry level employee in their company. So that's what we've been doing with this program. And over the summer, we'll continue, I think, to work with the design partners to kind of flesh out what that more fulsome curriculum looks like around the instructional outcomes and performance expectations, and then hopefully launch this program in the fall. We've got a rule that's amended that's going to need to go before the board to flesh out some of the details and attach those assessments because the commissioner is required to approve those. And this program will also attract a performance payment under the new funding model. I mentioned, I think, the labor market information and course sharing previously around requirements in the collaboration center. And with that, I'm going to pause because I think that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions and do the best I can to answer them for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Questions from our committee?
More of a statement than a question, Associate Commissioner Rector. Thank you. If you reach a point where you're going to do any kind of journey mapping or demonstrations around third-party credentials and ICLCs, we're very interested in that. I think there's some work that needs to be done to really understand, we'll take the learner all the way through to the point that you submit for a performance payment, right? I think there could be some clarity there or some models that are created so that it's replicable across the state. So I certainly see an opportunity. I'm very interested in that, having done a lot of work in micro-credentials and understanding industry-based versus industry-aligned where ICLCs are concerned. I think clarity on that, which may exist, would be helpful to some of our community college partners. So I just offered that. We're very interested in any of those discussions y'all may have, and just learning more and contributing to visible models, right, that can be scalable and adaptable across the state.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate that comment. And yeah, and would love actually to potentially have a follow-up with you and anyone else from a college who's interested in the conversation around the nuance between aligned and based. And I think it's about the credential itself, number one. And then number two, the ICLC and third-party credential reporting. because I think those are linked to stackable credentials, right?
Yes.
And the stackable credentials, because the agency, just maybe 2 years ago started collecting student level data on occupational skills awards, is just now doing it through ad hoc data collection. The second one being recently completed for the ICLCs, and we're going to be doing the same thing for the third party credentials initially. The lack of data makes it really hard to understand stackable credentials. And so I know the agency is looking to, I think, work with some folks who have done some work nationally and then convene a stakeholder group around that. So I think that would go a long way towards addressing some of the things you raised. Thank you so much.
And I would just offer to you that it might be a lack of data, but it may be how institution chooses to define embedded. So the term embedded and how that gets defined, I think there's an opportunity to provide clarity to institutions on that term. Again, happy to have that discussion with you further. That might provide more data to you than we think is available. So I'd offer that as a yes and.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke, for contributing that. Any of our other community college representatives have any comments or questions? I know from being from a four-year institution and doing much less with workforce development, it's kind of a lot. All the things that are changing from last year to this year and then proposed for next year that you're implementing on, it's an amazing amount of work that you and your team have accomplished and are working towards. Really cool to hear about the pilot program and know that Luke and Nikki's institutions are involved in that and they're represented here as well. Is there anything, there's an offer on the table from Luke, certainly. Is there anything in particular that you were hoping to hear from our members in ways that they can help and collaborate with workforce education?
Yeah, I think that, going forward, I've made a commitment to Michelle that we will have someone from the division at your meetings. So that's the commitment that you have from me and the division. And I think probably that person may change depending on discussions we have with Michelle about what you might want to hear about. But I'm thinking Amy Pfluger might be a good person to attend your meeting. She's our director for shared services, just so that she can kind of, I think, keep you more closely in the loop on what that is looking like for just, your response and observations around that function as we seek to launch that. Because, I think as we move forward through shared services also, and given the intimate role that this group had in getting that work started, we'd love to keep that connection with you in particular. And then based on, other things you'd like to hear about, I'm always happy to come back and visit with you.
Fantastic. We are incredibly grateful for not only your presentation this morning, but also your willingness to make Amy available for you to return as needed. We look forward to a fruitful relationship with the Division of Workforce Education. So thank you again for your time this morning and for your commitment going forward. We look forward to being a great partner with you.
All right. Thank you so much.
And you're, of course, welcome to stay for the rest of our meeting, but we understand just from your presentation.
I would love to, but unfortunately, I've got a set of rules I've got to go work on for Opportunity High School Diploma. So I'd rather.
Completely understandable. Thank you for carving out time for us.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Of course. Thank you. Yes. So recommendation here on the table for taking a break. It's usually we break around the hour period. We're at an hour and a half. So let's take a 10-minute break until 10:45 a.m. and then we will come back and finish up our coordinating board updates. So please go ahead and mute your microphones and your cameras And we will be back at 10:45. Thank you. right, welcome back, everybody. Give each of you a moment to turn your cameras back on. Dr. Lofters, if you would verify we still have a quorum when we get enough cameras back on.
We have more on already, but they're still
Okay.
coming, but we have.
Yeah. Give folks another few seconds to turn their cameras back on and join us. We're going for a 4x4 square, full 15 on the screen. And Esmeralda, I see you were able to join us again. We were hoping that you hadn't gone on to tell us all this great Gen IA stuff that you're doing when we lost you, and we're gonna be like, and where is everybody? So welcome back. So there we have our 4x4. So fantastic. We may get even one more with that note here. So we'll see how that goes. But we are ready to continue with our agenda, and we'll go back to the top of item number 7, which is our coordinating board updates. And Dr. Kyla Torrey.
Well, hello again. I'm gonna start with some sort of general agency updates, and then I'll get into digital learning division updates. But the hottest news at the agency, of course, is that Commissioner Keller has been selected as the sole finalist to become the 17th president of the University of North Texas, and will be stepping down as commissioner at the end of July. So we congratulate him on this accomplishment, and we wish him every success. And Patrick obviously is very excited that he will be at the University of North Texas. There was a special called board meeting on June 18th to talk through a transition. The board approved some next steps for selecting the next commissioner, including forming an advisory committee. That committee includes board chair Fred Farias. He will also be chairman of the committee. And other members are board vice chair Stacy Hawk, board secretary Javed Anwar, James Hallmark, who's the vice chancellor for academic affairs at the Texas A&M University System, Jay Hartzell, who's president of the University of Texas at Austin, and William Serrata, who's president of El Paso Community College. So they will be advising the board about the selection process for the next commissioner. And a recommendation for the interim commissioner will be made at a future board meeting. We do have a board meeting in July, so should be there, I would assume. Next up, the next Higher Edge Conference, save the date, will be held December 12th and 13th, 2024, again at the AT&T Conference Center in Austin. That is all the information that I am able to provide you with at this point, but do hold that date.
What was it again?
December 12th and 13th, 2024. And if you're interested, plan to join us in Austin. The AT&T Conference Center is very nice. And it was a great conference last year. So it is in person, obviously. So
It's a Thursday and Friday this year.
it's a Thursday and Friday,
Wow.
says Patrick, who is looking at the calendar. So that's good. Plan on spending the weekend in Austin, see some music, whatever else you do when you come to Austin. Okay, and then the next sort of general agency update is that I was asked to give a little bit of an update about two-year institutions in the process of getting approval to offer a baccalaureate degree. So we do have 2 in progress proposals right now. One is from Dallas College, and that's a BAT in software development. And one is from Weatherford College, and that's a Bachelor of Applied Arts and Sciences in Computer Science. So both computer science related. That's exciting.
Do you know the modality and of this? Are they online?
I do not. I can get more information if you're interested. And if that's something that you all want to hear more about regularly, we can also add it as a
Yes.
agenda item.
Yes.
Okay, I get lots of nods. Excellent. We'll add it as an agenda item. And I'll invite Jessica Acton. We all like to see Jessica come in and talk to us, so we'll invite Jessica Acton to come and she'll have more information about those proposals. All right. Any questions on any of those general agency updates before I move into a digital learning update? Okay. I just have one, I mean, I gave a sort of long rundown about the things that we're doing related to AI and adapting to innovation. So that's a lot of things. That is the digital learning division update. But one other thing that I wanted to mention is that we are about to kick off a Texas OER Fellows program. This is a leadership program for, well, the first cohort, which we're calling the Founding Fellows cohort, because as you know, we love alliteration. We're calling the Founding Fellows cohort. They are going to start in July, and they were selected, there's 10 of them, based on their considerable demonstrated experience and leadership in open education and OER in Texas. So these are people who are established OER leaders in the state, and they are going to, along with THUCB digital learning staff and experts from ISKME, as well as some selected expert instructors, they're going to develop the curriculum for the Texas OER leadership or the Texas OER fellowship program that will then kick off with a first sort of regular cohort at Open Texas, which is in September. So they will be spending their summer developing the curriculum with the idea that this is kind of a pivotal moment for OER. There's a lot happening. I mean, there's, you know, technologies like AI, there are rules around inclusive access potentially. There are lots of things happening, and OER is no longer a nascent movement. It's really perhaps a time when we think about sustainability. And so the idea is for this Founding Fellows cohort of 10 to look forward to what is next for Texas OER and think through what will it take to build the leaders that we need to get us where we're going. So we're really looking forward to it. The kickoff is happening in this very room in July, so it's going to be fun. And then we'll have sort of a presentation, we hope, at Open Texas around what that curriculum looks like and what the future of that fellows program is.
Can you share the names of the fellows and what institutions they're from?
Yes, I think I can. They've all accepted, and sure.
From memory.
Yeah, from memory. Yes, hold on, talk amongst yourselves. I'll pull it up right now. They went through an application process, and obviously we were planning on selecting 10 OER fellows. I think we got about 45 or so applications, which was amazing interest. So much so that we were able to select sort of cohort 1 that will start in the fall out of that group. And so, but the 10, I'm trying, my computer's moving slowly, so I'm just going to talk slowly. Okay, so the 10 who will be founding fellows are Ruth Chisholm from Sam Houston State University, who we all know used to be on LTAC. She's an assistant vice president there. Gabriela Hernandez, who's at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. She's open education librarian there. Nathan Smith at Houston Community College. He is a professor and formerly the OER coordinator there. Victoria Brame at Lone Star College, who's a reference librarian. Jennifer Pate at Texas A&M University. She's their relatively new director of open education there, and I don't know if you've heard, they have a huge OER initiative happening at Texas A&M now. Elizabeth Rodriguez at Laredo College, Dean of Innovation and Technology. Nikki Whiteside from San Jacinto College, Assistant Vice Chancellor of Instructional Innovation and Support. John Martin at the University of North Texas, who's Director of Scholarly Communications. Sabrina Davis at Texas Tech University, who is their OER librarian. And Megan Collins at the Lamar Institute of Technology, who's Department Chair of General Education and Developmental Studies. So as you can see, they are a varied group from across the state, many types of institutions, many types of positions.
What was the last one from?
Oh, Megan Collins at Lamar Institute of Technology, yeah. And all with a wide variety of experience in OER leadership and from international right down to the institutional level. So we're excited to hang out with them and develop the curriculum for the next generation of Texas OER leaders. Nikki really likes to spend time with us.
Great group to spend time with.
Any other questions about? Okay, well then I guess I'm gonna hand it off to Andrew, Dr. Lofters, to talk about NC Sarah.
Oh, I spoke with, well, once again, our state coordinator for Sarah, who is Kathy Merritt, is not available to participate in the meeting today. She is running our own negotiated rulemaking processes here at the coordinating board, so she wasn't able to come. I did have a conversation with her about what types of information I need to provide. Prior to this meeting, you received a link to the Sarah webpage. You should have received a link. It was sent out on June 6th for a call to action for institutions to provide input to the U.S. Department of Education on the proposed rules that were coming out of the negotiated rulemaking process. And it had a date where they wanted you to submit by June 15th. Well, talked to Kathy, and she said she still encourages institutions, if you want to submit some type of response back to the U.S. Department of Education or your opinion, please still do so, even though it's past the June 15th date. They're still able to take your responses and your opinions and apply them to whatever they're going to do with these rules and their postings, especially since, and I told you earlier that there was a posting to the OMB's website that there was a notice of proposed rulemaking done, but it was only for distance education. Sorry about that. Distance education, return of Title IV funds, and TRIO programs. So the distance education rules have been submitted as a proposed rulemaking to the website. However, they have not submitted rules for the cash management, state authorization, and accreditation. So if you would like to, especially for those rules that have not been submitted to the OMB for proposed rulemaking, and you want to have your opinion known by the U.S. Department of Education, the call is still open for institutions to participate and submit their opinions to U.S. Department of Education. That was the big update that I had about Sarah so far. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer what I can.
Does Texas still have representation on the NC Sarah Council?
I believe Kathy is on the board.
Okay.
NC Sarah.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good.
Dr. Lofters, because I work with 5 colleges on their NC Sarah, I just want to compliment Kathy. So if you don't mind to pass that along, she's extremely responsive. We've had a lot of questions, especially as you'd expect with 5 independently accredited institutions, but she's just doing a fabulous job. And I just wanted to say that to you and say that publicly.
Thank you, Luke, and I will definitely relay the comment. Appreciate it.
Thank you for sharing that. Also would note that Dr. Carlos Morales president at Tarrant County College Connect Campus, is also on that board, as well as Cam. So we have 2 representatives, which is fantastic. Any questions about NC Sarah or the proposed rules? As of yet, unknown. All right, hearing none, we will move forward. Was there anything else with coordinating board updates or digital learning updates? Because the next item, of course, is House Bill 8. Lee already spoke with us about that.
I am finished unless there is a question or comment for me.
All right, not hearing any. We are at 11 o'clock, and this is, I think, the time that lunch usually arrives around. And we don't have other items before breaking into our subgroups. So do we want to go ahead and do that, and lunch will come when it comes? All right. Looks like we have some assignments here for who will go where. Always good to remind everybody which subgroup they're in. Do we have those lists available for individuals? So we can, or do they just join the appropriate breakout group, or do you add them in?
So we'll create breakout groups with the names of the 3 different work groups. And you can just hit join and head over to that breakout room. If anyone has a question about what breakout room you belong in, just stay in the main room and we'll get you sorted.
And we have chairs for each of the 3 groups present today. I believe so, with the turnout that we have. So
Luke is here, yes.
quality assurance. Jeff. And research.
Janet and Robert.
Janet and Robert. Okay.
And if you don't mind, I'm sorry to.
No, please.
But Esmeralda is new, and so she might not understand exactly what these work groups are. And I want to say, I spoke with Esmeralda during our orientation. Wonderful lady, doing some very exciting things, and I was impressed with her, and it was exciting just to have a conversation with her. But I really wanted to say welcome to the committee.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting to see if everyone is going to their groups, and I will gladly participate wherever you guys send me. That would be great.
All right, great. Oh, yeah, you have to join the Zoom. Sorry. All right, so in terms of Esmeralda's, how about each of the chairs do a brief pitch about what your group does generally, and then she can decide which one she wants to join. Jeff, I'll call on you to get the ball rolling.
Okay. The research subcommittee was sort of at the forefront of a survey that was done last year around shared services, around IT, around the state. We also talk about issues pertaining to the data collection that's done by the coordinating board, the processes that the Learning Technology Advisory Committee is a part of that contributes to that data collection or makes use of the data in some way. And just generally anything pertaining to the changing landscape of digital education and research on it. Our focus has changed from one meeting to the next, depending on what the focus at the moment has been. So for example, last time we talked a lot about survey results from the thing that was done last year, which I've just mentioned. The Huron Consulting group did the survey, and we were talking about the results of that and what that meant for digital learning around the state. So it just varies from meeting to meeting. But we talk about generally, data and research around digital learning.
Very nice pitch, contestant number 1. All right, Luke, would you like to go next?
I have a co-chair, Poonam Kumar. And together we're working with a group that's looking at the actual implementation of the institutional plan for distance education. So once a college submits to have their plan approved, then, you know, what does that review process look like? And for this year, the members of subcommittee have said we'll be the group that reviews for the 4 institutions that are going to need to submit their updated IPDE. So we are working through what that looks like, and have a really engaged group.
Thank you, Luke. Poonam, anything you'd like to add?
No, I think he said it all.
All right, very good. Robert and Janet, either of you would like to serve as contestant number 3?
Okay, I don't see Robert's mute coming off, so I'll plunge in here. So, the quality assistance work group, what we do is we consider quality assurance aspects of various endeavors. Obviously, a focus of ours is on distance education courses, programs, education, distance education in general, especially online courses with that specific modality. Right now, we are engaged in crafting examples of excellence for the institutional plan for distance education, which was just mentioned. And this is something that institutions have to submit every roughly 10 years or whenever their reaffirmation of accreditation comes due. So that's what we do. We work on quality assurance aspects of whatever may be before us. And it's a great group.
Well, there you go, Esmeralda. You have 3 exciting choices. What will it be? Window number 1, number 2, or number 3? Or would you like to ask any questions of our panelists?
I definitely enjoy the breakdown of the 3 ones, so I really appreciate it. I think because of where I am, my environment that I'm being part of, and the things that I'm being more exposed to, I think I'm definitely the first one, the digital learning part, and also the quality assistance. But for sure, the research quality part, that's one that appeals to me the most, and especially with digital learning, AI, and that's something that I'm very much exposed here, that I probably could be better off contributing to.
All right, so that was number 1, Jeff, correct?
Yes.
Congratulations to both of you. Some lovely prizes are on their way. They're called connectedness. So great. Thank you, Dr. Lofters, for making sure we included Esmeralda and had an opportunity to tell her a little bit about the subcommittee work that they'll be engaging in. And it is just about 11:07, 11:08 right now. So let's take 5 minutes to get into our break rooms. And you can start sooner if everybody seems to be there, but some of us have to shift rooms here. So give us just a little bit to do that. And I think you have put the break room choices up. Is that correct? I saw them. There we go. Is everybody seeing them? I don't see them on my screen. Join a breakout. There we go. So if you don't see it, you may have to click on your more menu item, and then it will give you the 3 choices to join. And before we go, I guess we need to say, how do we get back here? So these are not recorded, and we will pause the live feed or have a slide up. And let's say we will go for 45 minutes, so from 11:15, once we get settled, to noon, and then we will reconvene. So off to the break rooms and see some of you in there. That was. All right, we're calling the meeting back to order. Give everybody a minute to gather themselves. We have some people coming back into the room here. Those remotely would go ahead and turn your cameras on. Make sure we have a quorum. Looks like we do already. A few more people still to join. Yeah, we're almost there. Fantastic. One of the most orderly reassemblies we've ever had here. So cool. Amazing. All right, so hope everybody had fruitful conversations. I know we did in the research group. And this is the point at which we have each of those subgroup leaders report out and provide any recommendations to the full body for consideration. And Jeff, it was really wanted to hear the end of your statement about what institutions really need to do before the breakout rooms ended and we were all sent back here, kind of unceremoniously. But I will let any of the group leaders volunteer to go first. Or I will call on you.
I'll go.
Yay, Jan, thank you.
I'll go first because ours is pretty quick. We have, just as I mentioned before, we went into our breakout rooms, what we have before us. And so we are working on exemplars for the IPDE so that institutions have something kind of to go by for each of those 10 items that for which a narrative and hopefully supportive documentation. They'll have something to go by for that. We're looking at for the examples, we're looking at providing a screenshot of a supporting document, a portion of a supporting document, so that they can just get a quick look-see at what might work. The folks who are doing the submissions, I think they'll probably be clued into the reaffirmation of accreditation process, whether it's for SAC-COC or like Wade was noting, and like most of us probably have, we have other more discipline-specific accreditation processes ongoing. So some things may come from be good from that as well. So we're looking at pulling that all together for a timeline. We want to have this available before Tyler had told us, I think December 3rd is when that's a deadline for submission of the IPDEs for those who are going to submit this year. And so we kind of set a timeline for ourselves. So our next meeting is going to be on the 5th of August. And that meeting is going to entail talking about kind of reviewing what we have and starting to firm up some of those examples. And then I think we'll see how that goes and how far we get as to how the modality of our next meeting or how we're going to proceed from there. But our goal is to have examples for all of those 10 items, you know, well, for the IPDE committee well before that deadline hits, because we don't know when, you know, the first institution is going to submit. So that's our goal.
Fantastic. I think that'll be very helpful. I think it will also be helpful for the committee who is reviewing them to have those models available to refer to. Excuse me. I wondered if you also, and you may already have this and I'm just unaware, developed scoring rubrics related to the standards. And if not, you know, perhaps AI could assist you with that. There's some good tools for taking something and extrapolating what the variety of standards are and how well they have met them. So something to suggest. I don't want to put more work on you if it's not something that you can accommodate, but thought I would inquire.
We've actually been working on that in the operations group, Patrick. So that we thought was our domain. Janet was the actual review of IPDE. So if it's not, maybe you can clarify, but we spent time really talking about two things: is what would that rubric look like? We have a member, Sarah Lee, who's agreed to work with THB staff on drafting one. We're fortunate that Pam Morgan's institution's going through the review and is actually on the submission side of this, so has given us lots of feedback about areas where we need to clarify. And then for the next round of institutions, what Dr. Lofters has suggested and the committee liked was that January, February, there'd be more of an orientation to this. But our team's really working on a rubric that would be added to that's public so that people would see how their submissions would be reviewed. And Janet, in terms of the examples you're working on, which I agree are really good resources, one of the committee seems to be in consensus that the examples that are in the application itself are just that. They're not meant to be an exhaustive list or restrictive, and Dr. Morrell really clarified that. So just want to make sure that as you're going through the examples, that language is reiterated if we're all in agreement. And those are the two kind of outcomes of our meeting, Patrick, in operations.
Oh, you have a collaborative update here. Thank you. Yeah, I totally agree.
I had no idea y'all working on the scoring rubric thing. Sarah had left the room to participate. So very cool that that's already underway and resources committed to it. So thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. And Luke, I do want to say that for our examples, we're trying to be as broad spectrum as possible for that very reason. And as we were talking about that, we've got all different kinds of institutions, and all said institutions are going to be submitting their IPDEs, and they're going to look different, reflecting their own scope. So yeah, thank you, Luke. And also, if you have any kind of early version at some point you want to kind of send our way, Robert and I are the co-chairs. We, one or both of us, would be happy to see it, just to see, you know, are we on the right track with this? Do we need to fine-tune some things? This is going to be for the quality assurance side of things. This is, as Kyla used a good phrase, it'll be iterative and ongoing to a certain extent. So we're still I think we would be well informed by anything that you all have, even if it's just a draft type of thing, very much a draft, just so that we can see, are we kind of on the same page? Because we want to make sure that our examples, don't go off into, outer space from your rubrics.
Right. And I think, again, in all of those, the question Pam fielded from another institution that's going through this is that, do they have to provide every example? And again, the consensus from the committee and their members here can correct me if my notes are wrong, is that we're like, no, these are some of the examples that you could provide, Janet. So I think as much as y'all can reinforce that in your document, that because the individual interpreted the list as, I have to provide all of these things. And Pam did a really good job of explaining to us the other side of this. So it was just very helpful. And again, Pam, thank you very much.
Great,
sorry,
thank
Patrick,
you.
that's the end of our report.
All right. And Janet, looping back to you, did you have anything else from your report?
No, that's it for us too, I think. unless Robert has
right.
something to add.
Dovetailed very nicely there. I had one more thought about it, but I've lost it, so we'll come back to it if it reappears. In the meantime, Jeff, if you wouldn't mind going ahead with your subcommittee report.
Hey, y'all. So the research committee, we talked about a bunch of stuff. We had a robust discussion. First and foremost, we talked about issues related to AI. I think generally our subcommittee thinks that a lot of the work that's going on already through the various subcommittees and the working group and the governor's AI advisory council, I think a lot of those types of AR things are being covered by that work. I don't necessarily think there's any new bodies or organizations that we would recommend as far as that. I think one of the things that our group finds really intriguing is different use cases for AI around different types of organizations, agencies, health-related institutions. I think a lot of times on the academic side of things, we've been focused on teaching and learning. But Michelle mentioned how some really innovative work TxDOT is doing with in AI on analytics and automation, and health-related institutions have a lot of really interesting things going on with the use of AI. And I think there's a lot that academic institutions could learn from health-related institutions. And I think there's a lot we all could learn from agencies like TxDOT. So maybe some sort of summit or cross collaboration with Texas agencies, health-related institutions, and academic institutions of higher education to talk about AI beyond just use cases in the classroom, but what we're doing for administrative efficiency, what we're doing for automation, what we're doing for and teaching and learning as well, because Aaron was telling us about some of the things they're doing in health-related institutions, and it's wildly fascinating, some of the stuff that they're able to do. So I think something that's just more broad-based than higher teaching and learning, it would be great for the digital learning division to see what they could bring together to do some knowledge sharing around that sort of thing around the state. Also, it was mentioned that the governor's AI advisory council has conducted a survey. We would like to know a little bit more about what that survey has entailed. I don't think any of us in our subcommittee had seen the survey, but it'd be curious to learn a little bit more about that if that's possible. Also, we've heard lots of reference to the Huron survey that was conducted last year. Our subcommittee was integral to the creation of that survey. We would definitely are interested in seeing the results of that when it becomes available, but also because we were involved in the creation of the survey, we are interested in seeing more about the final results, how they were analyzed. We're really interested in methodologically, because it sounds like really robust analysis, gap analysis, and that sort of thing that's been conducted by IR over there. But we'd like to learn a little bit more, because we want to know more about the sample. We want to know about possible limitations of the data. We're just interested to get a little into the weeds on the actual results and findings. If that's something that could take place in a subcommittee meeting, that would be fine. And then have our larger LTAC. My assumption is we're going to get a presentation at some point about what those findings were, but we would like to get a little bit more in the weeds on that, if that's possible, when that's possible. We were also talked a little bit about third-party credentialing and, related to the survey, and how there was findings that institutions are interested in how the coordinating board can assist with and helping institutions with that sort of thing. That's definitely something we would like to see pursued as a committee. And finally, the last bit we talked a bit was around digital accessibility. So, as y'all may recall, the Huron survey, one of the main areas that emerged as an area of need for institutions around the state was around digital accessibility. And as you may or may not know, in late April, the U.S. Department of Justice issued new regulations for digital accessibility that are a considerable increase over prior expectations for digital accessibility. If y'all know anything about this area, about 5 years ago, I would say almost exclusive concern was websites. They are still concerned with websites, but now they're also interested in learning materials that are in learning management systems. They're concerned about mobile applications that your people are using, including ones that are internally developed and vended systems. I've been involved in this work for the last couple of years at UT because I don't think I'm saying anything that's out of order here, because the University of Texas at Austin has been under Department of Justice audit for digital accessibility since last year. So we've had an inside look at what the new expectations are from justice. And so we were prepared for when the new rules came out. We knew what to expect, and we are in the midst of responding to that right now. So I want to put this out there for everybody. If there's anything, and again, I've been leading the way at this in terms of not just how do we make learning materials in Canvas courses or your LMS courses accessible, like how do you make a PDF accessible? That's one type of this work. But the other part of it is how does an institution, do you organize work for digital accessibility to ensure that it's done in a manner that's efficient and effective? We've actually done a lot of research on what institutions around the country have been doing in this, including leading institutions such as Harvard, California State System, and others around that to organize the work, but also to bring it together and to make it more effective. And like I said, we're in the midst of it, and also policy. So what policies need to accompany digital accessibility work to ensure that these can be effective? And by the way, to be effective within the 2 to 3 year time frame that is spelled out by the new Department of Justice regulations that were out in late April. So if you're a large institution like UT Austin, we have 2 years to comply. If you're a smaller institution, you might have 3 years to comply. I would encourage you to go check on that. But the expectations are significantly higher. And so because we've been in the midst of it here, I'm volunteering myself. If there's anything we can do to work with the DLA on not just the side of how do you remediate inaccessible websites, learning materials, but also how do you organize this work as an institution to ensure that the work is effective. So I'll put that out there for y'all to chew on a little bit. Let me know, Kyla and Michelle and folks, if there's anything I can do in that regard, because we're happy to help. But I do want to raise this point because I think it's really important. And the impression that I'm getting from talking to people around the state is that a lot of institutions are not quite prepared for the level of expectations that these new regulations are putting forth. So that's a summary of what we talked about. If anybody else on our subcommittee wants to add to that, please feel free to chime in.
It sounds like to me that there's a webinar in your future, Jeff, on this topic to kind of pull us along with sharing what you guys at UT Austin have, learned, encountered, researched. That's what it sounds like to me.
And I'm happy to do that. And in fact, we are working with a professor of educational psychology, and we've actually been researching the actual implementation since we started. So we're not just actually doing it, but we're actually researching how we're doing it from an organizational standpoint. And again, I also have become a bit of an expert in remediating learning materials. Like I can fix a PDF or a Word document or other things pretty well. So I know it on the ground in terms of fixing learning materials and making documents accessible, but also in trying to affect change within a huge organization to try to organize this work in an effective way. So yes, I'd be happy to do anything like that, especially in partnership with DLA. I think they do a lot of great work. Again, the impression that I get from a lot of the stuff I see online is they're focused on how do you fix documents? How do you fix websites? And what I think we might have more to offer is how do you do this as an institution? That's not super expensive, that's also effective. And there are models that we found that we're copying that I think can be very instructive for others. So yes, Charlene, sign me up.
And Jeff, do any of the tools that you're using or any of the remediation strategies include AI? You mentioned Otter AI earlier, but it seems like that may be a really helpful path forward, is to find the best AI tools for digital accessibility.
Not yet. I mean, we even talked a little bit with folks at Microsoft. They have Copilot, and Microsoft, as you know, through their software, Word and PowerPoint and Excel, they're really leaders in terms of making software applications that can be made accessible relatively easily. They're interested in that type of thing, but there's not really anything yet that's been developed that's effective around the remediation of documents, especially as some of you may know, probably the biggest accessibility challenge in terms of learning materials is PDFs. You know, to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, at UT Austin, every semester we have over 500,000 documents loaded in our learning management system. And by our estimates, 60 to 80% of them are at least slightly inaccessible. And many of them are more than that. And a huge bit of that are PDFs, because PDFs are also really hard to fix if it's not accessible. And if you get it, so for example, directly from a publisher, which we've also found, you can't even, it's locked. Like if you get something from Harvard Business Review, for example, it's a locked document. So if it's inaccessible, you can't even fix it at your institution or as an individual faculty member. So the tools, AI is, everybody recognizes the potential of AI to be a game changer in this area because of the tedium that is accessibility remediation. But I haven't seen any tools yet that are really doing it effectively.
And then I'd say the second biggest one is probably the images, documenting the images. We use
Alt text. Yeah.
Right. We use AI at Prairie and some of when you go through QM review, and that's the biggest one that comes up, and we're hiring students to go in and put the alt text in. So Pam, you had your hand up?
I was going to ask Jeff, have y'all looked at Ally?
We have Ally, and that's actually how this started. Was 2.5 years ago, we formed a committee. We recommended that the university adopt Ally. And by the way, when the Department of Justice came and they started the audit, and we said, oh, well, we've adopted Ally, they said that's a great first step.
Okay.
But it's not a solution, because Ally's terrific. And I use it all the time, and I'm an administrator. It actually provides interesting data as well. But it doesn't fix things for you, it just tells you the things that need to be fixed.
Right, but the value that looked beneficial to me with it being integrated in the LMS is that faculty can see a compliance score on their course. And I think that sometimes information like that is probably more valuable than an email reminding them that, you know, we've done an audit and we need to get with them for additional training and correction of some items.
It absolutely is effective.
But Ally is very expensive also.
Well, I mean, I was actually surprised at how relatively inexpensive it was. I mean, we have a very large
10,000, 12,000, wasn't it $10,000-$12,000?
Well, it depends on your FTE. They base it on FTE.
Okay.
It is a very effective tool. I'm not being paid, full disclosure. This is not a sponsored post. We do use Ally. It is great. It is only a first step, though.
From the point of view of a smaller school, it's expensive. It's a great tool. I love that it's embedded into the LMS and all of that part, but for the pocketbooks of the smaller schools, it's expensive.
There are other options. But maybe this is where shared services, right? I think there's opportunities for us that want to buy this product or others to work together. So maybe that's an option for the future.
Thank you for saying that, Luke. I think that would, based on our conversations in the subcommittee and here in the large group, that seems like a priority to serve our students. Yes, there's a compliance issue, and there could be a lot of money associated with having to deal with a Department of Justice inquiry, but really it's about doing the right thing by our students, and it's going to cost money. If we can lower those costs through these shared services and making sure that that is a priority by those who are considering what we should look at for the benefits of shared services, I think, it would be great for LTAC to make a recommendation that be one of the priorities to help institute, because regardless of what our resources are, the expectation is we're all going to be in compliance within 2 to 3 years. And it is a heavy lift. And Jeff, you said in the subcommittee meeting as well that there's varying degrees of expertise at the institutions, and they're not necessarily widely distributed. So you may have a lot in teaching and learning and really not much on the business operations and front-facing app side. So I think, yes, thank you for agreeing that you'll do some type of presentation or webinar about this, whether it's something for coordinating board through the Digital Learning Summit. I think sooner is better. If it involves AI, then maybe it could also fit into the AI Summit. But appreciate your expertise on this and sounding the alarm. It is something that we all need to take very seriously because it is our realm with online learning and learning technologies. And ultimately, the intent is solid, serve our students better regardless of their abilities. And we can help facilitate that, not just, of course, for the institutions represented on this call, but for the state of Texas. That is a major step forward. So thank you again.
And Jeff, I would like you to clear your calendar for Texas Digital Learning Week, and I'll be in touch.
When is
And she
that,
also has a
Kayla?
few documents for you to remediate for her.
Yeah, I don't think we should admit to being able to remediate documents, by the way, without the fee attached to it, because that is a job.
You're telling me. So to give you all a sense, when we turned Ally on, I teach a class, my Ally score. And to your point, Pam, the thing that's effective about it kind of gamifies it, because you're like, oh, the competitive part of me, my score was 39% when Ally was turned on in my class. With about 6 to 10 hours of work, I got it to 51%. With about another 6 to 10 hours of work, I got it to about 80%. And then with about another 20 hours of work, I got it to 94%, which is where it's at now. So it's intensive work, but maybe I shouldn't have admitted it, but I am a whiz now at fixing stuff.
Tell us without telling us that you've never got anything less than an A in your life.
Exactly. Well, and I can tell you, I teach for the graduate college at the university, and I happen to teach integrated technology, mostly for teachers and people who will probably end up being HR trainers. And I'll say I got lucky and had a student in my class with a visual modification. And he was kind enough to contact me on the side because he had worked for the Texas Attorney General for ADA compliance and training. And then currently he was with another group in Austin that oversees ADA compliance and training. And, the particular module that he nailed me on was gamification. And he sent me a video to show me what gamification looks like for someone visually impaired. And I have to say, it changed my understanding of doing the right thing. Not just being worried about getting caught. I think we've taken a lot of solace in single sign-on protection, which we're not going to be having anymore. But I'm hoping that something that scores the course without, just having to send email after email will cause some people to want to do better for the sake of students and not wait until they get a modification letter.
I will say we researched the rollout of Ally, and faculty were very disconcerted by the appearance of the Ally icons. For those of you who may not know, when you turn on Ally, anything that's been scanned by it gets a little icon next to it, and it's either green, yellow, or red. And faculty were seeing they were seeing red, and there was really a lot of consternation around that. And so that's why we tailored our efforts to communicate more to faculty that that's okay. We're not expecting quick fixes. This is more of a process. And so based on that finding from focus groups that we did, we tailored our messaging to faculty to sort of to be more gentle around the concept of accessibility. And Patrick, to your point, I was very visible as the sort of person who was spearheading the adoption of Ally. And I had a faculty member come up to me last fall, where two students that were in his class came up to him, and when Ally had been turned on, and one of the students had a disability and the other didn't. And because of using Ally, they could download their course materials in a similar way, and it facilitated them studying together, and it made them both more effective and better friends.
Very cool.
And I mean, I do this, hopefully we have a large impact across lots of students, but also hearing from two students that Ally helped them become better friends and study more in their class was really, I mean, that's why I do this stuff. So it is the right thing to do, and it does benefit all students, not just disabled students. So.
Please bring those students to your presentation.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
So another thing that we talked about, Jeff, that I wanted to add in was an interest in expanding student voice in our considerations and discussions as a subcommittee, but perhaps as a larger LTAC committee. Did you want to follow up on that? It was
Yeah.
And Michelle, who suggested it.
Well, and especially around things like AI, because I've seen survey results. We haven't done one, but I've seen survey results around the country where they show that faculty perceptions of AI are much more conservative and more focused on, how it can be used for cheating and that sort of thing. Whereas students are much more focused on, I need to learn these tools. I want to work with them more effectively. So helping to bridge that gap between faculty and instructors who have one view of AI and many of whom view it as a cheating engine in many respects, versus students who have a much different view of it. I think getting those kinds of voices into the conversation around AR will be integral to how we move forward in this space, especially around teaching and learning. And so, the possibility of putting together some sort of student committee or something along those lines, or some sort of event that featured students, where students would be able to share what their thoughts are on AI and how it's being presented to them within the curriculum, and where they think there are gaps or needs for that suit their purposes. That's something that I think would be really useful for institutions and for the state at large to help address, where are students coming from with regard to this. I spent a lot of time in my class this last spring talking about it with the students, and they were really smart. They understood that AI is not, you can't just put in something and use it wholesale. It's more of it's a study assistant to the students, and we tried to emphasize that in class activities. It's part of the Grammarly pilot that we're doing with AI, to do more in-class activities around AI. So I think students kind of get that it's not just some will use it to cheat, of course, but others view it in the correct context and light, which is that it's something that can really be an assistant in the room with them. But we need to get more of those kinds of voices in the conversation around it. So something like that, I think, would be very beneficial.
I think another voice is, and I learned this on Tuesday in the AI conference that was held in the Texas A&M system, is someone brought forth, and a part of the conference is to bring in a part that makes everybody uncomfortable. So you had a room full of instructional designers who sounded very similar to Jeff, just excited, AI. What they brought up was the ethics behind AI, and professors who, this material is theirs and is it not theirs, and the fraudulent, using that word loosely, with even the videos that are coming out, and people are taking someone else's content, putting it with this video AI image, or and then presenting it a different way, and just all of that. So I think there's a student side, but I also think there's a faculty side. And if we formally go in with the understanding of looking at the ethics of it, which is a big concern for faculty, I think that's a responsible, it's a two-way thing. We have to look at that too. The question that was brought to us was, this AI is great, but are there times that when we're dealing with faculty and instructing them on, encouraging them to use AI, should we always use it, and talking it through to them, because this is their concern. Are they going to lose their, I can't think of what it's called, when a faculty has their content, it's mine.
Intellectual property.
Thank you. This intellectual property, or just keep that in mind, that faculty component, that ethics of AI. What do we think about that? Let's, bring up the same way you're talking about bringing in the students, bringing in their point of view. Let's bring in the faculty for that point of view also. And I think that will help possibly increase the use of it if they see that there is a concern, or we're thinking thoughtfully about the ethics of AI.
I agree with all that. We try to talk, we've been talking here about ethical AI, human-centered AI. You know, it's this notion that it's not just this blanket solution for things, but it's really just, it's a tool, right? Like anything else, like, you know, Google searches. I remember, you know, 25 years ago, people were worried that Google searches were going to upend education, right? And now AI is just sort of the newest version of that. And how do we get people talking about how to use this tool in a way that's constructive and ethical
Yeah,
and
and I
centers
think,
people? Sorry.
yeah, no, that's a, and I think another voice, which is an important one, is the voice of the employers, right? I mean, we know that how the future of work is going to look. I think we are going to impact our students negatively if we don't educate our students how to use AI. So the voice of the employers who are using AI and are looking for a skilled workforce in that area, I think that would be important.
That's
I
a
don't know
great
if we
point.
can make this happen, but I'd love to see a panel with those three perspectives on it: faculty, student, and employer. And you know, maybe it's a 6-person panel with each of those constituents having someone who is at more of an extreme end of the
Right.
continuum for or against.
A disruptor.
Yeah, I think it'd be really dynamic, because I think that's how it is out there in our institutions. You have faculty who are like, oh yeah, we've got to teach students, it's our responsibility. We know they're going to use it, let's make sure they do it. And others who, they're very concerned about IP and academic integrity in the courses. And so they're like, absolutely not. And I think that those voices need to be heard too. Those are real concerns. They're part of our workforce in higher education. And to the degree that we ignore their concerns, I think we do ourselves a disservice as well. So who is programming the upcoming summits? And so I know PAG may have a role with some of them, but how do we need to position our interests in facilitating these types of panels and groups?
Heard. I
Okay.
have some notes.
And you want to find the rest of
I know where to find you. No. We'll be starting to plan, especially for the fall convening and Texas Digital Learning Week sort of in general really soon. And so I may be reaching out to some of you based on things that we said to think through what, you know, tracks and sessions and things look like for that. I would just like to add something I didn't say before, which is that there are the application, the call for proposals for Open Texas is out right now, and it's open until the 28th of June. And I think some of these things around accessibility and AI lend themselves beautifully to a proposal for Open Texas. So I will send in our follow-up email, I'll send that link out to you all as well, so you have that. We had about, I don't know, 1,200 people attend Open Texas last year, so it's a big one, virtual and free.
Fantastic. Thank you for adding that. Well, Jeff, I don't think all of our committee leaders, subcommittee leaders, I don't think I heard anything that we needed to vote on. We have some recommendations and that we've provided. Is there anything that staff feels like we need to endorse as a group? Are we good with?
I think
what came out of it?
I think what you did was give me a very long to-do list, so thanks for that.
Mission accomplished. Michelle said it was okay.
I'll get her.
As long as we didn't have an equally long checklist. Yeah, well, fantastic. All right, any questions about any of the subcommittee reports before we move on? All right, the next and penultimate agenda item is discussion of future agenda items and review our meeting calendar. We set our meeting calendar for the year, so we know that we will meet again on the, let's see, 30th and 31st of August. It's the 30th, yeah. So August 30th, we will meet again, 9 a.m. Again, if folks are interested in attending here, like Sarah joined us today, and of course Charlene again, you are welcome to. Just to coordinate that, they should talk to Amy Zandy. And then you can be here in person with us as well. And
we do have the August meeting is likely to be, I guess, the last meeting for some people who will be rolling off, and we have new members being approved by the board at the July meeting. So then the following meeting will be the one where we have some new members to welcome. And at that point, we can do a year-long calendar again, if that was something that you all appreciated.
Yeah, feedback on that, I think recommendation came out of operations, maybe, Luke. And I think it worked really well. It really helped me knowing, okay, I'm not gonna be double booked for this because I have it on my calendar for the whole year. I hope others found that helpful as well. Had great participation and turnout, so perhaps that's evidence of it working. Any concerns about booking the whole year's meetings out when we meet again the first time after September 1? For those who are continuing, did it work well for people? Anything that it still bumped into? Trying to read everybody's faces here. They loved it. They loved it, Charlene. It was great. So, all right, well, great. We'll continue that. I again found it very helpful. It also helped us generally to get the room resources we needed here without it being booked by other agency activities, et cetera. So we will plan on doing that going forward. In terms of future agenda items, we have some that we noted earlier that we will continue to keep on our list. And I think a new one is making room for Amy Pfluger and/or the rector to participate from workforce education and continue that collaboration. So I'm very excited about that. So we'll have that as a standing agenda item. I think we also agreed that we would leave the Department of Education regs, which are forthcoming, on the list for discussion, consideration, possibly action. Anything else that stands out that maybe it needs to be added to an upcoming agenda? Transition is often challenging as we are seeing some members roll off and having new members come on. So we want to make sure we have good continuity of the subgroup leadership and the activities that are going on. But that'll be something that we will cover at the next meeting, certainly, and the subsequent meeting.
I also have in my notes to add the 2-year baccalaureate, so the agenda item, and to ask Jessica Acton to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. And we used to have that regularly, which is, and we actually got a list of here's all the ones that are active, here are ones that are proposed. And that would be great as a pre-meeting material if we can get that, and great for Jessica to be here and deliver that as well. But I think it's just helpful to have access to the information. And I thought of the question that I forgot to ask earlier, and that was about the IPTEs when Janet and Luke were talking about the review procedures and the examples and the scoring rubrics. And maybe we've discussed this somewhere and it's already decided, but I don't recall at what point an institution's IPDE would be publicly visible to other institutions, to the general public. And if that has been decided or discussed, and if not, I'd like for us to wrestle with that a little bit, because I think it would be helpful. But I also understand some sensitivity to it as well.
Andrew, what's the process for other proposals?
Usually proposals aren't posted for public viewing unless someone actually requests it.
Right, so it's public information, but it requires a Public Information Act request generally.
It's the same with the IPDEs. When they were first evaluated for the first time before you did a distance education, they were housed inside our folder, so we had them.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they were ever posted for the full state to view. So that would be something different. That would be.
Right. We could always ask institutions going through the process if they have, sections that are particularly impressive, if they would be willing to share pieces of their application, maybe with their institution's name removed.
That would be hard to do, though. I mean, you'd be able to figure it out just based on what they call their faculty development unit, et cetera. So I think that might be a daunting task to redact.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd love to hear from some of the other committee members your thoughts on having those be more transparent and visible to others.
We're happy to take that up at our next meeting. We can work with Janet's team as well.
Fantastic. And we'll check on our side too, because it may be that we cannot release that sort of information without a Public Information Act request. That's a process that we go through at the agency for information like that that's specific to institutions. So we'll check and we'll all reconvene to chat about this.
I had a question about August meeting. I may have blacked out when you said this, Patrick, but for those of us that may be rolling off, are we in that meeting or?
On 30th?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. New membership year, fiscal year is September 1. So that's why this August 30th meeting was squeezed in. All right. Any other business related to upcoming agendas or any random questions you just remembered that you forgot previously like I did? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it, Robert Green.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Have a great weekend, a great rest of your day. Appreciate all the hard work you're doing for the students of Texas.
Thank you.
Thank you.